Hello. Hi. Yes, hello. All right. Today we work on cast. For sure this time we're not going to deviate into other plans. We are going to work on the programming language. All right. Okay. And like I was figuring it out last time. I think we should have thing in the corner somehow. Like this. Which would be explaining what I'm doing. Hmm. How would I do that? Uh, I want to save those things. Should that be uh TTV maybe? And I would make a file for the current date maybe. Making programming language number 52. All right, what am I going to do today actually? Let's see. I need to figure it out. There's a bunch of things that I could work on. Okay, there's a couple of things that I really don't like right now. Hello, Nigel. I think the most important one is the loops and the fact that the thing that is being yielded is not being inferred right now. So let's see. Um, Loops over here, right? Yeah, this is the example loops. So we say for character C in characters of the string hello world, we skip the L's, we break on the space, otherwise with dbg. So it should say heyo, right? And a comma. Just run examples. Oops. And that's what it does. It says heyo and a comma. So here is the problem. If I delete this, then it doesn't really work. Actually, it does work. But the reason it's being figured out here is because I'm comparing it to a character. So it's so it knows that the type of this is a character. It doesn't really get the type from the type of the like generator here. So if I remove this, if I comment this line and I comment that line, then it's going to say type is not inferred, failed to hash. So maybe, how do I focus with my keyboard the floating window? Hyperland focus floating window. Focus mode toggle. Do I have that in my config? Let's see here. Hyper control. Focus toggle. Mode toggle. No. Can I not do that? Dispatch. Maybe. Invalid dispatcher. What do I want this to be? We have the move focus with these keys. I guess I will bind mod tab. This one says change group active. I'm not really using groups. Tab. Focus. Mode toggle. And this one would be maybe shift K and shift H. Search focus mode toggle. List of dispatchers. Move focus in a direction. Focus window font focus monitor. I'm not even seeing the focus toggle, so this is like the old one or what? Focus mode toggle. What if I make this window like over here? And not move to it still. Oh, this is sway. This is sway. I wanted to do the Hyperland. All right, let's see dispatchers maybe. Hold on, a little deviation from the plan. I've worked on the programming language. I need to be able to focus the window without the mouse. That's floating. I can toggle current Windows floating state. pins a window to show it on all workspaces. That's a good one. Do I have the pin? Pin. Um. Let's have the pin. Window Shift P. It's about the focus, right? Move focus in a direction. I don't want it to be in a direction. Focus is the next window on the workspace. Maybe this one, cycle next, is what I want. Because it's not in a direction, just a cycling, right? Yeah, over here, this would be cycle next. All right, change hyperland keybinds. That should work. Think. All right, anyway, so here's what we're going to do. Here, for now, while it's building, I'll move with mouse. Sway, my beloved. Use sway. I don't know why I would use sway if I can use hyperland. All right, inferring loop variable currently to do inferring loop variable for C type in generator or type in generator code type should be inferred. Currently, it is not. It's like saying, why would you use Rust when cast exists? True, but cast doesn't exist yet. There we go. It's already moved, so I can just use now Shift Win tab to switch between these windows. Good. Good. And what else did I do? I did a Window Shift P to make this window pinned. Whether the window is pinned in Hyperland doesn't really tell and isn't really shown, but when I change the workspaces, this is now always on the screen. So that's nice. Yeah. Can I enter in the NeoVim, the view mode, so that I don't have the cursor? Is there such a thing? NeoVim hide cursor. Is that a possible? Hide cursor. NeoVim view mode without cursor. Is there such a thing? Devin's Dev, hello, hello. It's been a while. Well, we've been working on the language. The last, I mean, I guess in April I started working on it again. So there was some progress, specifically about the ownership semantics in cast. Can I hide cursor in NeoVim and use it like a pager? You say nvim-r. But can I say -r? But when I'm inside, can I temporarily do this? And this still, this opens it in read-only mode, but I mean I can just not do anything. All right, whatever. Okay, so that's what we do. This type should be inferred. All right, now it's not inferred. So how do I do this? This might be too difficult to do in one day, actually, but we'll see. Maybe it's not. Why is it not inferred? So the thing is, what is chars, right? What is chars? So chars is a function that takes a string, a reference to a string, returns nothing, right? This is not returning an iterator. This is a function that's actually returning nothing, but it needs it takes as a secret argument the context, the effect is yielding characters, so we need to be able to handle characters. So we have an extra argument, which is the body of the loop, which is saying how to handle the characters, basically. Right? So since this, I know the type here, and then what is the for loop actually being rewritten into? What is the for loop being rewritten into? For loop. It's over here, right? So we changed the body to be a closure, which returns whether or not we should continue the loop. I mean, it doesn't even return it. It's just unwinding if we need. Okay. All right, what does this say here? So this T, we have a generic type T for the body result. No, this is the result of the body in general, because we can break from the loop with a value. Yes. We can break from the loop with a value. That's not what I want to infer. And by the way, I always breaking with a unit anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, loop context. That. So we have a loop context. When I'm inside the loop, I can break the loop, or I can continue the loop. But a generator is something that's been called from within the loop. So the generator handler is another thing, something that's handling the T's. All right. Wait, this is the different one. This is just a loop. We have just loops, right? We can just do loop dbg a, right? Yeah, that's a normal loop. What I'm looking for is the for loop specifically. This one, that one is a little different. A little bit. Looks like there is code that is very similar. Yeah, so basically what the for loop is, we just call the generator function, but we inject the handler. And over here, I say that the generator handler, we need to infer this type of the generator handler based on the type of the generator. Right? Based on the type of the generator. So how do I do this? Right? So we have two functions. No, we have a function. And the function effect is yielding characters. Maybe I should look into the generator example, this one. Yeah. So we have a generator, and this one is doing yielding. Yield 1, yield 2. Is this example working? It's not. Let's see if it works. Like this. Generator value not found. To do type should be inferred. Yeah. I should also have multi-line comments. You don't have that right now. There we go. It says context is not available. This thing doesn't work. This should be string. And this takes a reference to string. Or I can have this as a reference to string. Right? Okay, yielding 1 context is not available. Handle string unit. Yes, of course, because this is by default is being inferred to be a string, not a reference to a string. So instead this will make it work. Yeah, there you go. Yielding 1, yielding 2. And then we print 1 and print 2. That is working. Okay. So what we want is to get rid of this. Basically, I never say that the type of this thing, like what do you call the variable that we're iterating? With, we just call it loop variable. But I never say that this type is the same as the type of the handler for the generator. Right? This loop is implemented in the language itself. That's not a built-in. So I think that maybe I should, inside the language, somehow specify that two types are the same types, you know? So we have a generator. We have a generator. Generator is some code that has the effect of yielding. So it uses the generator handler. So we should be able to infer that. Potentially, there could be multiple generator handlers. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. So we have this piece of code. We have this piece of code. Can I... So this code right now is being compiled, right? We have a comp time evaluation. I want to compile some code and retrieve some information about it, I think. Right? So what I can do is I can say compile AST 2 plus 2, right? We have this thing. Compile AST, we give it the AST, it compiles it into code and runs. What I want is to compile, get the type information out of compile thing, and then put it into the code, right? Yes. So I think there is multiple things to do here. First, so like, here's what I can do already, right? Here's what I can do already. I can write some code, right? Like 2 plus 2. And I can annotate the code with the type, right? So this is int64, right? And then it computes this and it's int64. The reason it's useful is because I can say, I can say something like const type is underscore, right? So type is a not inferred type. And then we say 2 plus 2 is of type, right? So since this code has compiled now, and we have asserted that the type of this code is type, we now have the type of the code in the variable, right? But the problem is that the effects that that we have right now is not part of the information that I store. So I can get the types, but I don't have the effects. And that's what I should do. So basically, this means that I have over here in my representation, right? This is expressions. We have expression data. So expression data right now holds only two things: where the expression came from, which is the span of code, right? And also the type of the expression. What is the result of the expression? These are the only two things that I have. But what we also should have is the effects. In order to evaluate the expression, what are the effects? Or we call them contexts, right? So contexts is another thing. And yeah, because I don't have the inference for contexts at all right now. So that's what we do. We actually make context inference, right? So like the general thing would be something like this. If I say function foo, and then inside of this I say print hello, right? So this should infer that foo requires output. Right? Right now I don't have context inference. Requires output like this. So the full signature would be like this: function foo with output print hello. As is not inferred right now. Okay. So I think getting to the loop variables is not going to happen soon. We are working on that. That's the requirement for inferring the loops. Yeah, context inference. So we have context. What is context? We literally have contexts as a type, which is inferable context data. Did I participate in LD or only D2J? I didn't participate in either of them. Hello, Milky. I mean, I was trying to participate in D2Gem, but then I didn't finish my game. So, yeah, I didn't make a game for D2Gem either. Your game was not great either in D2Gem. Yeah. I don't know. I might just not be participating in game jams for a while. I don't know. Not having much fun with them lately. I just want to have like I have projects that I'm working on, right? I have this programming language that I'm working on right now. Then we also have a game that we need to release. So I don't know, like making new projects. I mean, game jams are like, I don't know, they're kind of fun, but I don't know. I don't know. They are like distracting me more from the things that I want to work on. Maybe at some point in the future I'll come back to game jams. But right now, when I'm trying to participate in them, I feel like I'm forcing myself, you know. Okay, here's what we have. Context is just a set of types. Literally just a set of types. So when I say contexts, you look like Steve from Minecraft movie because of the blue short. That why? From Minecraft movie, Steve is played by Jack Black. Do I look like Jack Black? Is that it? I don't think I do. Hello, Wilson 1, 23. Say Flint and Steel. Flint and Steel. Was there a specific way he said it? I didn't watch the movie. Wait, is it out yet? I only saw the trailer. Alright, so we have in expression data the contexts. This specifically is expression data. With that we have in expressions. Yes. There are also place expressions. And then there are also assignee expressions. Assignee expressions is not something that I really evaluate currently. So I think these having the context here doesn't really make sense to me. So assignee expression data is kind of separate. It only has the type and span and no contexts. When you have a project, 1,000 of other project ideas come out of nowhere and so awesome. When you're looking for a project to do, it's like brain empty. Yeah, actually, true. All right, now let's fix all the compilation errors. So for example, there we have a assignee expression. We have a place expression. So data is assignee expression data, where type is data type, span is data span. Assignee expression data. Okay, and now here we need to initialize the context data. So let's see. We have the expression deref. This is the dereferencing of a reference, right? If I need to dereference a reference, then do I have any effects? Probably not, unless we count dereferencing as an effect. Well, I mean, technically, I guess dereferencing itself is nothing. Like I do plan to have the reading and writing data to places to be in effect, right? So like the borrow checker would be done through the effect system. But just dereferencing is not enough to have an effect. I need to dereference, and then so like dereferencing gives me the place, but I don't actually read the data from the place yet, right? So this doesn't introduce any new effects, which means that the effects, or I should call them contexts, right, is the same context that are needed to evaluate the reference itself. So reference dot data dot contexts clone. This is literally the same thing. So once again, contexts is what do I need to evaluate an expression, right? So for some expressions, like for example, from printing, in order to be able to print, I need to have output. In order to access the internet, I need to have the internet. In order to read files, I need to have file system. And similar things, right? That's my context. I need to infer them. If I have a temporary, it's the same thing. Value, data, context, clone. If I have a binding, so binding is just the name of a variable. In order to evaluate the name of the variable, I don't really need anything. So in this case, contexts are empty contexts. Okay. In order to do field access, to have a field access, I also don't need anything, right? I mean, all I need is whatever I need to evaluate the object, right? Because they propagate. In order to, like, the field access is evaluating the object and then the field. The field is just the name of the field, but object is an expression. So whatever I need for that expression plus the this thing, right? So context is object data context clone. Okay, those are all the place expressions. Now normal expressions, reference. In order to get a reference to a place, I also don't need anything. Anything in addition to what we already have. But what we already have is the place contexts. This is where I read place. Read place means actually reading the data. So over here, context would be context plus something else, right? And this is where we have a problem. So how do I say that the context of this is context of that plus something else? For now, I'm going to have a to do here for like a read effect, I guess. But we're going to need that in other places, right? For example, over here we have AND expression, which takes left-hand side and right-hand side. So the effect of the AND expression is both effects of the left-hand side and right-hand side combined. So that's what we should be able to do, right? I've been wanting to make my own. I've been wanting to make my own programming language based on Goat-Zig, but I'm afraid it's harder than I thought. Tell me your experience with yours. What's Goat-Zig? You mean just Zig? I think comp time itself is not that difficult to implement. Zig is a simple language. There is comp time, obviously. I guess it's the most difficult feature of it. But like the way I have my type inference here is more complex than Zig already. type inference in Zig is really simple, I think. I mean, it's different. You don't, you only have like inputs, and then you have and then you need to infer the output. You don't like solve equations of the types in Zig, so it's simpler in that sense. What are the other features that are there in Zig? I don't know, I feel like nothing else is really difficult. There's also like the lazy compilation in Zig, right? I have the same thing. I call it async though. That's why everything is async. Because sometimes I need to wait for something else to calculate in order to progress compilation. I don't know, like, it's not that difficult. But I mean, there's still a lot of work. Like, what is the language that you want to make? Like, I'm planning a lot of features. My language is very complex. It is difficult, for sure. But Zig is done specifically as a simple language, right? You're basing your language on Zig. You can strip even more features out of it. Do you need comp time? Delete that, and you make an even simpler language. Making your own C is relatively easy. There's a bunch of articles on the internet how people implement their own C compilers. You can read the tiny C compiler source code, and it's pretty small, right? Can I see how many lines of code are in a repository on GitHub without cloning it? What's this custom properties? Custom properties allow you to decorate your repository with information such as compliance frameworks, data sensitivity, or project details. Is that a new feature on GitHub? Custom properties, allowed characters, adding custom properties, adding values. I don't know what that is. I don't know. There were some things that were like non-trivial, but mostly I'm just writing code and not thinking much about it. I guess, but maybe I don't know. Some of the things that I have done here, I've been thinking about for a long time. On the other hand, right? Like I know what do I want from the language because I've been thinking about it for a long time. I wanted to make my own programming language like 10 years ago, but then I found Rust. Hello Brainoid. It's like a Zig superset focused on having a super useful standard library. The name is Krona and it's backend focused. Wait, you already have a name? There you go. That's the first step to the slippery slope of starting to make your own programming language. All right, so you basically already started. You have a name. Yeah. All right, good luck with your project. What's a super useful standard company? What's a super useful standard library? Are you saying that Zig's standard library is not useful? Why don't you instead just add the library to Zig? Like why does the libraries need to be standard? I don't know. Like I feel like even Rust standard library is bloated. There should be things deleted from it. Not a lot, but because there's not a lot in the Rust standard library, but yeah. Starting with like Zig already sounds bad. I mean, I don't know. There are people who like Zig, right? If you don't like Zig, doesn't mean that other people don't like Zig. Or you just mean like it's bad because it's like something else? Like, why do not just use that list as something? It doesn't really about. It's not really about Zig. Making a language like Rust also doesn't make much sense, right? What's unique about your language, I guess, is the question. But I mean, at the same time, the language doesn't really need to be unique. Like, is my language unique? Is Cast unique? I'm just trying to have all the features that I want. Because none of the languages implement them all. It's very unique. Yeah, but like what is it? Like, I mean, I would say it's unique, but I don't know how to. Like when Rust came out, it was Rust unique. Like Zig, is Zig unique? Because Zig has like Zig's main like selling point is the comp time, but that's not unique feature to Zig. There were other languages with comp time before. I think the D language was the first thing that I thought about when I saw Zig. It's just a simpler one. It has less features than D language, literally, the Zig. Uniquely slow compiler, the Rust. It's not really unique. C++ compilers are also slow, right? Even in the sense of doing practically everything in the standard library. All right. I mean, sure. I personally don't like that idea, but okay, sure. That's how Python does it. C# isn't really. I think C# standard library is. I mean, I guess if we talk about the standard library, then it's Python that has the biggest one, probably, right? Where everything is included. All right, so anyway, we are back to this point. We have the left-hand side and right-hand side, the context for the expression of the end, when we combine two expressions into one expression, basically. In order to evaluate both expressions, I need to be able to merge two contexts together. So contexts merge. I need to have a method merge. Left-hand side contexts and right-hand side contexts. So the question is how to implement this. What is context merge? Let's see. Public function merge. So we have A self and B self, and I return self. What is this? So I use inference variable. I use the same inference engine. But for the type inference, we only use equality constraints. For the context inference, we need like subtyping or something. Or something like, I guess not really subtyping, because we need to grow the context, right? Merge, is specifically about merging the things together. Context is a set of types, so I need to merge two sets. We have specifically a thing that is called so my inference, the way the inference works, like context data is inferable, right? The way inference works, we need to make two things the same. That's the only thing that I have right now. The two inference variables must be equal. When I say that I have expression A, expression B, and I combine them into a single big expression, it doesn't truly mean that the context of A is equal to the context of B, right? I need to be able to combine them together. Yes. But then, the problem is that the context that I'm merging are not known yet, right? Those maybe will be inferred later. Right? So here's what we're going to do. We say that this is inference, maybe not inferred, new, not inferred. Oh, maybe new set. Context data. So we start with empty context, I think. Context data. Let's see, the types is default. Which is empty, right? This is a set of types. And growable is true, which means that we can grow it. Comic Sans Frontiers. Hello, hello. Cool project. Thank you. We'll do this, right? I will return this. But then how do I use A and B here? So once again, A and B are contexts that we don't really know the value of. So I'm trying to merge the sets which are not yet inferred, potentially. So the way we do this is once we know some new information about A, we need to update these two. Once we know some new information about B, we need to update these two, right? So we propagate all the new inference data from A to this and from B to this, right? I think that's how it should work. So we say A, I already have this thing, which is called add check. So add check is a so checks are functions that work every time I infer something. Right? So I know something about that. Let's just say update like this. When I say update is a closure which takes the so like updated context. So we know that either A or B has been updated, right? And then we say that this like I need to have the actual data. Is the merging something that needs to be going into the inference? Because I'm writing the code outside of the inference right now. But let's see. So I have this. I can say inferred This is inferred because I originally have it inferred. It's inferred, but not fully inferred, basically, right? That's what growable true is about, kind of. So this grow inferred is basically our current state. There you go. This is our current state, what we have inferred so far, and we have updated the inferred data on something else. So we say that current extend with updated. Extend with updated. This can return results with a question mark. This should return result inference check result, by the way. Inference check result says whether or not I should run this again. And since this should be run again every time I update the contexts, I should always return run again, I guess. And I return okay. Now this here has been has been moved. It's been handled by reference, so I need to move this in. I can clone it beforehand. This is an inference variable, so cloning this is cloning the reference to the variable. Right? And then I want to say that whenever I update A, I extend the current inferred context with the updated A. Whenever I update B, I also update with the B. That's it. That's how we merge the sets. When I say extend with, what about growable? I don't really change the growable here, so that's fine. Yeah, I just extend. With the other thing. Am I open to side tracking? Yeah, sure, of course. We side track all the time on the stream here. Okay, can I clone the closure? Are closures clonable in Rust? I guess they are. If all of the contexts that I am capturing are clonable, that's good. Just cloned here, so that's symmetrical. How do I decide on my exception model? I use effect system, so I have checked exceptions. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, how did I? What do you mean? How? Why do I think that the effect systems are a good way of modeling exceptions? We use effects for everything. You can see this in the example. It's not only about the exceptions. It's about like printing to the output. It's about like anything. Effect systems are becoming relatively popular. I see a lot of languages emerging with that. Here's a random one of those, right? Here's a random language with also with effect-oriented stuff. If you've seen, I mean, I guess so we start with something like Haskell, maybe, I guess, as a most like well-known thing of like encapsulating the side effects inside monads, right? But it's basically the idea is very similar to monads, but it's a little different. It makes it more composable, And yeah, that's it. So basically, you annotate every function with everything that it can do. One of the things that it can do potentially is throw an exception. If it cannot throw exception, then you don't list it in the function type. So basically, the side effects are listed in the signatures of your functions. When you're doing it with monads, then you like construct the monad stack when you want like multiple effects at the same time with monad transformers, I guess. But with effects, you just list them all. And that's what I'm working here, right? This context. I call it like this the context system instead of the effect system, because contexts are basically the requirements for running a function. So what do I need to run the function? Just supplying the arguments is not enough. I also need to run the function is in a specific context. And context is nothing but just a set of types, literally just a set of types, right? So that's what I'm writing here right now. I'm trying to merge two contexts. If I want to run two functions, one of them requires context A and another one requires context B, then I need to both of them to run both functions, right? So everything that's required for A is required for running the combined code, right? So yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. Does that make sense? So we do inference for what the code can do. That's what I'm working on right now. We've been reviewing the different conceptual models for errors across languages. Yeah, so I mean, so you was aware of Coca. Yeah, so Coca is another, yeah, Coca. Coca is a good example. Coca is basically, I guess, the language that made me aware of the effects, and when I started wanting them. I was aware of the effects before, but Coca just made it like very simple, explained, I think. Coca explained them pretty well. To me, at least. And it also has a very like simple syntax for them, which makes it even simpler compared to like the effects implemented as libraries in other languages. Like if you just try reading the documentation for the effectful library in Haskell without knowing what effects are, you're just screwed. You're just, I don't know. I don't know how you actually understand that. You need to have some prior knowledge to understand Haskell libraries. Once I did understand that, though, that was easy to use the Haskell. But yeah, basically, if we talk about errors, I will support both the way the Rust does it, which is returning the result, right? Returning result, and also doing this through the effect system. Both of these are valid. It depends on the use case. Sometimes you want to have the result as a value, and sometimes you basically only care about the okay one, and then you propagate the errors to like somewhere, and you handle them somewhere, similar to the checked exceptions of Java. Like the effect system is literally the checked exceptions from Java, but not only for the exceptions. Unchecked exceptions, though, we don't like that. If you have unchecked exception, so like if everything can potentially throw an exception, that is really bad. We want to know what can happen, right? So having it in the type signature somehow is very important. Rust doesn't support effects, so the only way Rust can do it is by returning results. All right, so similar to AND, we also have the OR. And basically, all of these expressions, I need to initialize their data by combining the effects of the inner expressions. So I just say that context is the merged context of left and right hand side for the or, for the and. Now for the assigning. Once again, assigning expressions don't really have the context, so just the value that I'm evaluating. In order to assign something, we need to evaluate the value. So my effects are literally the same as the effects of the value. Contexts. Value. Same thing. But also, since this is assignment means that I'm writing to some places. So technically, I do want to have a write effect. And this is like, and yeah, and that's like the borrow checker stuff. So when I'm, so sometimes I'm reading a reference, right? I'm reading a place. This is when I need the read effect. And when I'm writing to a place is when I'm assigning or reassigning, right? That's when we need the write effect. All right, list. In order to evaluate the list and to evaluate every single value, so the context combined is going to be so we start with empty contexts, but then we go for value in all the values. We say contexts is the merging of the current contexts and the value contexts. By the way, merge, this has add check. Add check can fail immediately, right? Yes, this needs a question mark. This needs to return OK, and this needs to return the result, because this potentially is a failable operation. We can, some inference may fail here. We might have conflicts. So merge always with a question mark. What is this? Return type inferred to be context here. Wait, where? I know. I think that's a fake error because I need to fix this first. Unwind. Name, value. Those are both expressions. So the context of this is the merged context of those contexts. Here is a merge name contexts value contexts. Unwindable. This name is a pattern. Patterns don't have the effects. Yes. So just the body. Okay, here's the actually no. Here's the actually the thing. We have the pair unwindable block, and then we unwind. This is basically allows me to go back. It's like a go-to out of scope here, right? This declares the scope, and this exits the scope. That's what it is here. Technically, these things should be done with effects. It should be checked to do unwind effect. So it checks that it's inside unwindable block. Yeah, maybe later. Not going to think about it right now. So context of this is going to be the same as context of the body, but over here the to-do is unwind effect should be removed. So we should sometimes actually be able to remove the effects. So it's not only about the merging, it's also about the removing of the effect. Because the effect is being handled here. This effectively creates a handler for the effect. So the effect of the entire expression does not involve the unwinding. Similar to like with this, the injection of the context, right? If I inject something, then that context is not needed. I guess this is the interesting thing here. So contexts, in order to inject the context, first of all, I need to evaluate the context, right? So it is going to be okay. So the way I'm doing this, actually, by the way, is a little bit weird. I guess I need a multiple. I need to add something else because here's what we do. Here's what we do. Context. Do you have an example for it? I guess this is it. In this case, the context is a string, right? So, so basically, this means inject this context and then evaluate all the code after that with that context in scope, right? Yeah. Instead of me having a single expression, I do it in more of an imperative way. Which means that specifically about the semicolon. Semicolon is also an expression, right? So we know the context of this. Show current context is a function that needs a string as its context, right? But the context of this entire expression is nothing because I'm injecting the string inside, right? So when I calculate the context of a sequence of statements, I should remove the injected contexts. Right? Which means that in my expression data, there should be other thing. This is the context that are used contexts. Like, what do I need to use here? Right? But then also there should be injected context, because when I'm evaluating this expression, I am potentially injecting some contexts, right? And this is also just contexts, because it's also just a set of things, maybe. So nothing really injects context, with the exception of the injection context. Which, I mean, okay, since this is the only expression, I can kind of like check if the expression is specifically the injection, potentially. Right? And that I would do in the when I chain expressions, I guess. Okay, let's rename this back to contexts. So injection of the context. In order to inject, I need to evaluate this expression, so it's the same thing. Yeah, sure. Current context. So there you go. In order to read the current context of a type, so this is the context type. Right? So the context of the current context expression is a single context, which is the type that I'm trying to get. This is the context that should be in scope in order to evaluate the current context. Context, do I do a single context type on here? So we started with being not inferred, right? It's same as with merging. We need to update the information about the context while the type is inferred. So similar to merging. We need to have a single thing where the type is a type. So we say that it's very similar to this. So we start with the global true types default. So this should always be an inferred type, right? So I add a check to this. When I infer what the type is, I say that literally the same thing. I don't need to run this again though, I think, because it's a type and not context. These are not really growable. I mean, I can infer some inner details about the type though, right? Because context need fully inferred types, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, this is a type. Shape. Inferred type. So I just say that extend with I feel like extend with should take as an argument. Maybe I should have extend with types, where types would be an impl into iterator, where item is type. I don't know. I mean a reference to type. Sure. So in this case, I would be extending with types of that types rate. Or type in types. So I extend this with types. In this specific case, I'll have one type, which is the type, like that. This doesn't work because this must be a type, not a type shape. Type into reference. I mean that would work, I guess. Unless I want this to be working with type shapes. Consider introducing the anonymous lifetime. Anonymous lifetimes and impl are unstable. Oh, anonymous lifetime is impl unstable. This should be named, right? That's what you want? Sure. Okay. Let's go next. The unit expression doesn't need anything. The function type. Function type contexts is expression. Contexts is contexts merge argument context result text. Oh shit, I don't see now behind this window. I guess I can wait, no, even if I do full screen, the floating window is still on top. Okay. Right. Because it's pinned. If it was not pinned, then I can go on top. Maybe I keep it unpinned, then I can hide it really easily. And then I say if let some contexts is contexts. Hold on. These are different contexts. This is the context of the function type that I'm declaring. These are the contexts of the expression. Let's call this CX, and this is going to be contexts. So this is another expression, right? CX is contexts. Merge CX and contexts. Data contexts. In order to cast value to target, I need to evaluate the value. Context is the same as value texts. Pattern matching. So, okay, pattern matching is actually interesting. So this is a little bit different because instead of a merge, we need to have a union. Wait, isn't that the same thing? Because if I have a branching code, the one branch requires A, the other branch requires B. I need both A and B to evaluate the expression, right? Same, yeah. It doesn't matter if I'm chaining or if I'm branching, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. So we say that context here is we start with we start with value contexts. And then we go for value in for branch in branches. This is another match branch. Wait, what is match branch? Is a pattern and a body, right? So I need a body. Let's just say for match branch pattern. I don't care about the pattern. Body is a branch body, like this. So I say that contexts is contexts merge contexts and branch body contexts. All right, is expression context is the same as the value, because there is only the pattern there. New type. Definition is just an expression. Definition. Clone the context from there. Make multiset. Values. Back of expressions. Am I even using this? What is this? Probably use it. Context would be... I guess I should maybe... maybe I should do something like this. Context... Maybe context merge should take an iterator over the contexts. You know, so I would say values, iterate, map, value, data, contexts. With a reference. Question mark. That's what I want. And then I don't need to... Yeah, that's going to be simpler. If I do it like that. Let's call it merge all. Function merge all is going to be... I don't know, iterator, impl into iterator. Item is reference to context, reference to self basically. Turn IRE results self. This doesn't support anonymous lifetimes. Wait, I was pretty sure this was supported. Now it doesn't complain about it. Right? Okay, so I basically copy this code. But then, instead of A and B, I literally just go for like element in the iterator. I just element a zero element variable head check update dot clone. That's what I do. And then the merging up two things is literally self merge all A and B, like this, right? That's all that I need. I kind of want to rename this to merge 2 now. And then rename this to merge. Maybe then I can see where this is used and change those, especially when I have a list. Like when I'm not merging to this over here, right? I literally had a list. So this code should literally be changed to contexts merge all, where all is going to be values, iterate, map, value, data, contexts. Question mark, like that. There you go. Okay, variant. What's a name here? A string. And a value as a box expression. Optional. Well, I mean, option also is an iterator, right? So if I merge all where the list is empty, then I'm going to have empty things. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. And like in the function, I think in the function I want to change this then over here. This is a little bit ugly. How about I do this? Contexts, merge. So I merge all, and all would be So I need argument, contexts, I need a result, contexts, and then I need to chain this, right? I need to convert this into iterator. And to convert that into iterator, and to chain this with result, with contexts as ref into iterator map contexts data contexts. I'm not sure if this is actually looking nicer though. Now that I'm looking at this, but it's the same thing. Okay, so over here we have the option, right? Context is contexts, merge value as ref map value data contexts. I don't need to clone the name here. That's weird. It's because I was like formatting here. Yeah. Use namespace is an expression. So contexts. Actually, this is not merge. This will do too much work. In fact, I should here instead match value. If it is some value, then it should be value data contexts clone, and if it's none, then it should be contexts empty. Yeah, I mean it's doing the same thing, but less work on propagating. Propagating is actually like, I don't know. So if I have a long chain of propagation, it means that every single update in the inference is doing a lot of work. So the inference might be slow here on big programs. I'm wondering how the like languages like Coca are doing this. Or are they also slow? Because like imagine if we have code so I mean yeah, just simple code, right? I say let x be call function f, then call function g, and call function h. And this, like, I don't know, like that. Right? So so this expression has the context of the g. This expression has the merged context of g and h, and this has the merged of this merged result plus this. So whenever I infer something about the g here, I need to update the this expression, and then I need to update this expression. And that also results in me updating the main expression, right? Every time a single little thing is being inferred. I don't know if that's a lot of work or not. I mean, we'll see if it actually is a problem, but it might be. Not sure how to deal with it. Not propagate immediately, but propagate maybe like, I don't know. Like we can accumulate the data that needs to be propagated, and then when the inference engine cannot do any more progress, then it tries to propagate something somewhere, maybe. I don't know. Like batching the propagation of the inference would probably be good. Anyway, we don't really care about performance right now. All right, tuple. This is a tuple of expressions. So context here would be contexts, merge, tuple, values, tuple.
Tuple.
Tuple. That's how I say it. Why are you making fun of me? I'm saying it just fine, alright. I don't know. Is someone pronouncing this as tuple? Probably. There is someone. Just a funny word. Tuple values. Map. Value, data, contexts. Like this. Question mark. Close the bracket. AST. Expression root. Definition. Values. Hygiene. Def site. Data. We only care about the values here. So contexts is contexts merge values map value data contexts like this. Recursive contexts is body contexts function Wait, what do you mean function? Wait, what is this expression even is? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm compiling it immediately. That makes sense, actually. So in order to define a function, I don't need to do anything. This doesn't need any context. Calling that function that I defined, though, will require some context, yes. So for this, context is going to be empty. Template. Template is the same thing. Define in template. Doesn't need anything. Scoped expression is basically the same as expression. And if, then case, else case, condition. So for then, we need to merge them all. Contexts, merge. So first of all, we merge condition. We merge then case. And then the else case is optional. I wish there was like some sort of the like I want to construct an iterator over some values and some optional values. Like right now this would mean that I would need to chain, right? I don't know. This is just chaining. So we need to convert this into iterator and then chain it with else case as ref map else case data contexts with a reference to like that. Then, so this is the chaining of statements. This is the most complex thing. Maybe I should leave it for the future. I mean, it's not the complex. It's the one that when I should delete the injected context from the previous statements. If it's the statement that is injecting the thing. If I have a constant, then this does not need any context. If I have a number, literal, then I also don't need context. At least right now, maybe later we do, like if custom type, then I might need to do something. The string is kind of the same thing. Native expression does not need anything, I think. Let expression pattern value. For this, I just need to evaluate the value. Context is match value, some value, then value data contexts clone, and then if none, then contexts. See? Calling a macro is same as calling a function. We have two expressions here. Contexts is contexts. We need to merge the two here. The macro context and the argument context. Same thing about the calling of a function. In order to call a function and to evaluate the function and the argument. And okay, this is where, yeah, in order to evaluate a function, I need to actually also have the context that the function requires. It's not only evaluating the function itself. Context merge. So I need to merge the function data contexts. I need to merge the argument data contexts. And also contexts. Yeah, so this is the context that I infer of the function itself, because since I'm calling a function, this must be having a function type, and we infer the context of that, and the type, and this context needs to be also merged into the call of the function, like this. That's what check context actually is going to do, right? Yeah. Okay, and then this is the last one, instantiating a template. Should work. All right, so now we have the only thing that is left to do, I think, is when I'm chaining expressions, right? So we go from the last one to the first one, I guess. Contexts. Let's see. Can this list be empty? I guess it can be. Let's start with empty contexts. Then we go for expression in the list. In the reversed order. So we go from the bottom to the top of the code. And this expression, so I say that if let expression inject context, because that's the only one that matters. If I am injecting the context, then I'm doing one thing, which is removing all the in the context that we have right now, right? If I have the expression that is injecting a context, in order to evaluate those together, I don't need the context that I'm injecting from before, right? But in any case, in the future, I will say that context is merging the contexts and the context that is required to evaluate this expression specifically. Expression data, even if it's the injection of the context, because in order to inject, I might need to have some other context. We'll do this. Then over here, something important needs to happen. So we'll say context is contexts remove. Context remove. So I remove from the current context a single type. What type? The type of the context that I'm injecting, right? So context data type. That's it. Okay, that was easy actually. But I need to figure out what is the remove. So we need these operations. We need merging. And we also need to be able to remove from contexts of self a single type. Right, this type might not be inferred yet to So what do we do? And these contexts also might not be inferred, right? Like both of these things is potentially not inferred. So what do I do? Let's see. So I create the new one that is not inferred. So I guess I infer this only when I infer both context and type. Do I need this to be fully inferred though? Not really, right? I need to infer. Remove. If I try to remove a context that the type that doesn't exist in the context, then it's fine because I can inject context and not use it technically, right? Or at least I'm allowing that for now. Maybe this should be called not in remove, right? Remove injected. That's maybe better. So here's the thing. If I know what this type is, once I know what this type is, on every update of this, just have this thing. Update should just be something. So my current is this inferred, right? I think I clone it all. Those are references anyway. So basically what I want is I want to add check to contexts variable update, and then and then type variable. I also add check update, right? So I update every time I have new information about the context or about the type. Yes. So I start with saying that type is and I guess I will always run again here. I mean, whatever. Let's see. So type is type inferred. This must be inferred. If it's not inferred, then I say that it must like run again sometime in the future. So now I know the inferred type. It's not really fully inferred, but it is. What is this? The trade bound, maybe not inferred. Not infer is not. Or from a reference to type shape. That's a reference, yeah. Bone into. Whatever. So I guess instead of inferring this, by the way, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. Aren't inferred unwrap. I extend the data, but this makes no sense. Because I need to change the inferred data here. This is mutating the local variable that doesn't have the effect on anything else. So I see something like this. Variable set to current. Is that what I do? I guess. I think this is the wrong place to write this code though. I'll need to move it into inside the inference maybe somehow. All right, so we remove injected once again. I have the type. I have the current. And I have the context. Contexts inferred. Why does this not work? Context itself. Oh, because okay, context 0 inferred. This is a result. Yeah, so like if I don't know anything about that, it feels weird because like if I know that it's context, then I should know at least something about it, right? Let's just say okay though context is this inferred else return okay inference check result run again. Sure. So we have the context, so we have the type. Now I need to current. I need to say this set to be equal. So now I have the data itself and I have the type. I need to remove it. So this is the thing which I can mutate. Contexts. You want to learn cast? WebFizz. Hello, hello. We don't have a tutorial yet. I'm working on a prototype. What exactly do you want to learn? Or do you want to learn what the language is about? I can tell you what the language is about. It's about everything. It's the language. The single language that you will need to know to write anything. The single most powerful language. You don't know to know what it's about? Alright, I will not tell you, bad cop. Don't listen. For 2D games too. That's what I want to use it for. I'm making games, and I want to make games with this language eventually. Yes. So the like relatively short-term goal is to transpile to JavaScript, make games or working in the browsers, because browsers is the easiest way to share your games with other people, right? So I needed to work in the browser, which is why I'm transpiling to JavaScript. Also, JavaScript is in general, I think, is the easiest thing to transpile into instead of making it a compiled language, which will also work eventually. But if why do you need a new language when we already have C++? Is C++ transpilable to JavaScript? Well, I mean, technically you can run the game that is written in C++ with the Emscripten, right? Yeah, maybe we don't need cast, you're right. You can have fun with Emscripten, bad cop, if you want to make a game. But I've had enough fun with Emscripten. I was using Emscripten with Rust, and it's, I don't know. Use C++ for a gem? Of course. I mean, do you want to use C++ for a gem? I was saying earlier today that I probably just don't want to do the gems for a while now. I don't know, I tried participating in the D2 gem. I ended up not finishing the game. And to finish the current projects that I have instead of making new games. Unless we make cast usable, because once this language is usable, I can use this language to participate in game jams, because that means that I'm not. Because that means that I'm checking that the language is actually usable, so it serves the purpose, and not just jamming for the sake of jamming, right? Like, I just find it hard to find motivation to do the jam otherwise now. Nobody's going the radial menu gem. What's the radial menu gem? Is that a gem? Kex has been known for compiling into a number of different languages. Cast gem when? Soon, TM. Context dot types dot remove type, right? That's it. And if it was not removed, was removed, is this. But we don't really care if it was removed or not. Does it return true if it was removed? Yes, it does. Okay. And then this variable set to the context that we updated with the removed type there. Bam, bam, bam. Radial menu gem. What is this? Cash prize. There's prizes. It starts in 3 hours. Lasts 5 days. Why is fuck frequently underestimated question? Oh, that makes sense. All right. Can I submit a game without radial menus? Do you realize where you came? The answer is no. Are you stupid? Nice. Your editor config is fire. All right, thank you. Change my mind. Let's do this one in C++. All right, you can team up with Pigorli, I guess. I'm gonna skip. Mismatch types. I imagine this should be inferred. So I guess I just say that if type inferred is error, which means that it's not inferred, then I run again. Otherwise, I remove the type. There we go. Although this should be like fully inferred, kind of. Otherwise, it doesn't really work to do. Fully inferred. Somehow. But we need Kuviman art. Remove this mut. I mean, yeah, I don't really like. I don't need this. I don't need the current value because I'm not growing it. I'm reading the value based on these two values. Yep. All right, we have two more errors. Anonymous lifetime is not. Yeah. Okay, over here we have the lifetime. And then over here, what do you mean? Attempted to take a value of method data. Because this is a method, that's right. What's the name of the programming language? It's called cast. Over here. It's called cast. We have a website for it. It's a little outdated though. I should update it sometime. It's not too far from the truth though. Just some syntax maybe was changed in some places. Mismatch types. This is a result. I need a question mark over here. All right. So what I did right now is the inference, I think. Data. Borrow of moved value. Of course, this needs to be done in the end. Makes sense. At my comment, some people know. Oh, okay, sure. Where? In the library at the top. Wait, how do you do doc comments like this? Is that it? When am I planning to release it? What do you mean release it? When it's usable, I guess. I mean, you can try using it right now. We even have an online playground, but the language is very raw. It's very early. It is already available. You can go to the website. There is a link over here to the playground, and you can run Hello World over here. It's going to load, and then you click run, and it says Hello World. You know. But there is no like documentation on what you can write here, though, right? But I don't know. What would be an example? I should make like a guess a number as an example here, and but that requires making the input working in the playground, which I can do. std radial menu. I use a dot, Badcop. It would be std dot radial menu, not a double colon. This is not for Rust, right? This is cast. Can you overload the dot? Not yet, but I think you will be able to. I like the way the D language is doing it. I think. So in the D language, they have the thing that is called op dispatch, operator overloading, right? So so operator overloading works with like this has just been rewritten into that, right? But that's simple thing. That's just operator overloading. You can overload the casting by the op cast. You can then you can overload function call, op call, and then you can have static op call. Op dispatch though is the interesting one. So member names not found in a class or struct can be forwarded to a template function named op dispatch for resolution. So basically, you say so op dispatch is a thing which is a template, right? So this works as compile time argument, right, to your template. When you say s dot foo, this is calling this function where s is equal to foo, the string, and the argument is the 7. Yeah. So yeah, you can overload the dot, is what this means. Kind of nice, like, you know how in GLSL you can do the swizzling of the things, right? So you can say, for example, you have vectors, right? A vec4. You can have the field x, but you also want to have something that's similar to a field, but you have like x, y, z, x, y, x, x. So this returns a new vector with like x equal to our x, y equal to our y, and then z equal to our x, and w equal to our x, right? So you can model this with op dispatch from the D language. As one example, I guess. Well, which I like because I work with vectors when making games, right? Variant. Move occurs. What do you mean move occurs? Oh, this should be cloned. Merging interfaces in TypeScript. The simplest and perhaps most common type of declaration merging is interface merging. At the most basic level, the merge mechanically joins the members of both declarations to a single interface with the same name. Yeah, why is that a feature? I think I remember why. It's because like I think the reason is because it's like for compatibility with JavaScript. Because you can have a class and a namespace and they merge together. or something, right? This interface, and then you have namespace, and you want to merge those together. You want to merge namespace with classes, yes, the functions and enums. You have a class and a namespace at the same time. That way. Is like global too. I think the idea is that if there is an interface in a node module, you can extend it. So, do people use that feature a lot? For extending some interfaces? Most people only use it on accident. I mean, is it the same as like so like in Rust, we can implement our trait for a foreign type. Is that like something similar to that? Because you want to ensure that a foreign type implements certain interface. You're also modifying the foreign type. Does it actually have the does it actually changes the behavior of the like code from the library that you're extending? Can it modify the behavior of the libraries this way? This is just the type annotation, right? So probably not. Or does it? Maybe it does. Is it same as like extending the window dot my variable is equal to this, right? That's what it is doing. So it can modify the behavior too, maybe? It can introduce compiler errors in the libraries. Okay, hold on. My code compiles, guys. My code compiles. Does it run? Let's try. I think there is a couple of things that are missing. So when I say function foo, right? Literally this example, function foo is this into print hello, right? Foo is a function unit into unit with underscore. Although print is a function string into unit. This is not annotated properly, by the way. Hold on. Standard library. Print. This is with output equals line, which is this thing. Hold on a second. So, okay, let's try by understanding why the print function doesn't say that it requires output right now. That's weird. If I say here, this with output print hi, this does not work. I need this into that, right? Assertion error. Okay, what's my syntax for it? Function. Argument into body. Yeah, I cannot specify the contexts of this, by the way. I can do it with a function, though. Okay, let's try this. Function with output print hi. Function. Yeah, so this does specify the type here. But if I say this function, then it doesn't infer the context. If I say this is of type unit with output, then it is not even saying this. Right? Maybe it's the problem with printing, because it was previously the underscore and now it is nothing. Let's see, type, function type. When I am displaying the function type, if context is empty, inferred unwrap, not global and empty. Yes. Okay. If I say make same context A0 make same as B0, inferable for context data. Okay, it's because this over here is commented. That's why. That is why. Why is this commented out? Who commented this? Am I going to, like, is something not going to work if I uncomment? No, everything works still. Okay, so print. Okay. It says recursive. This is wrong. I need to fix this also. It's because string has already been printed, so it thinks that it's recursive. So yeah, okay. So now this is done. Okay, nice. Then I say function that returns printing hello. So this over here is not inferring it. This is what I forgot. When I'm compiling a function, right? Macro function definition. So when I'm defining a function, context, there you go. To do contexts. So what is this? Match context. If yeah, I'm trying to evaluate the context that I'm defining. This is the type of it, which is why we have this to do. But if I don't have it, then the contexts are going to be inferable. Then I'm compiling the function body. And here's the thing, right? So the function body and the context from the definition of the function should have the same context, right? So this is what I'm forgetting here. To don't contexts. Compile function body. This is compiled. So result type is known. Argument is a pattern. Argument type is this. Yeah, I just literally need to pass the context here. Contexts. Clone. into compiling the function body. So compiling function body, we know what is the result type. Why is this optional? Wait, why is this optional? Result type is a type. So this is always sum. Am I calling this with... No. This is literally not optional. Okay, I can change this to type. And then we have the contexts. Contexts. Oh wait, over here it's none. What is this? Because it's a template. Type new not inferred. Template result. I guess that's why. Right, whatever. What is the context of the template? Context empty. Because template should not require any context. That makes sense. So over here, context clone, this should just not be just that. Okay. So we have the context, right? And the body is the expression, which I have compiled. I know that the result of the body expression is the same as the result type of the function. And I also need to say that body data context is same as the context. I'm not merging them, they are literally the same thing, right? How do I do that? This context, not type. Type is the this thing. This has that thing. Public. Zero. Make same as context 0. Is that what I do? Let's try. Like it compiles. So if I have print, a function that requires output, function that is doing printing, is also requiring output. Okay, it actually is inferred now. It actually is inferred. What if I have the function, you know, I have the read line. I have read line. Let's assign this to underscore. There you go. So now we have inferred that this function, this types. I'm using anonymous types still, but we can see here that this function is a type unit into unit. But we need the two contexts, the one that is allowing me to read lines and another one that allows me to write. So both input and output. Those have been merged. I think it works. I think this works. Let's try running the tests. So this means that I can actually maybe go to inferring the loop variable now. since I can infer the generator expression and what is its effects, I want to see inside of its effects the generation effect, right? And what is the type that we're generating, and that would be the type of the variable. We actually have failing tests though. Okay, what are my failing tests? Just run examples, context shadow. This one is saying unexpected talking with. It's just like the syntax. Context shadow. This. Wait. Yeah, it's because I yeah. String context not available. This should not compile, no context available. Oh, wait, hold on. So this now doesn't compile, and this should not compile, right? And it actually doesn't compile anymore. No, it does compile. Hold on a second. It does compile. It fails at runtime. Raymarch, hello, hello. But the test is passing, so we don't care. We saw that it fails at runtime. But this should not compile. Okay, hash map and unsafe. Let's try unsafe. I feel like there is a Lang development community forming on Twitch. I don't know. Is there? I mean, I see you. Similar faces, only pure type safe streams. Can you suggest someone else? I was hanging out in the lanes stream yesterday, but what are the other people? I know the Eduardo, who is making the Tikaleng. You know this guy? If you need more bodies, I can start making a simple language, says Brainoid. Do it. Alcon Q. Is he making languages? I mean, he's making Lisps, right? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm not following Alcon Q's too much. Like I was saying before, I joined the stream and then I don't know. I don't know. I have a hard time understanding what's happening. It's very entertaining, but I don't really understand usually what's happening. Maybe because I don't stay for too long. There is also a lot of Lisp action there. You don't understand what's going on here, but I stay. Nice. Nice. All right, function is not compiled. Context not listed. Oh, there you go. Look at this. Fail to compile function. Context not listed. Right. The unsafe. Let's take a look at the unsafe code. This is actually correct. Look at this. Look at this. So we say that we have an unsafe function, and I specify in the list of context that this function is unsafe, but I'm also using the print effect. So this function fails to compile because I did not specify the printing in the list of effects. That's literally what I wanted to have here. You'll make a ligature for every effect. Okay, so so what I need in the language is to specify some effects maybe, and then specify the rest, you know, maybe like infer the rest. Like this. I think I can only specify a single one here. I'm not sure. Can I do this? Let's try. No, does not work. So this over here is a single type right now, or what? But I can enforce the same thing by just saying current unsafe, because this is saying something like this, right? This is ensuring that I'm using unsafe inside the function, kind of. I can try this. If I go to the REPL, if I have a function which just says underscore equals current output, right? Then this is a function that requires output as the effect. Yes. That makes sense. Cute little symbols next to function. The helicopter effect. Of course. Is this mod chat? What do you mean? No? There's a lot of mods messages, I guess, because... Yep. You only see messages from mods. There was Basil message, which is not a mod. Your message is not a mod. You're not a mod. In Germany, we have the term helicopter parents for parents who are control freaks. Is a language with like control defects a freak? Because it's a control freak language. We want to control everything. Okay, I need syntax for this. Unsafe or underscore, right? So the syntax in Coca, we can see Coca language, for example. I'm wondering about the other languages, right? But documentation, effect types. So yeah, over here we have the inferred effect, right? This says infer this thing, right? With underscore means infer, I think. Or maybe it's because it's a new name. So it's inferred, the effect is inferred to be console, which is, I mean, I'm using the output name for this. But you can combine known effects with unknown effects also. With a vertical bar. That's what I'm doing too, right? You say div or e, which is the divergence effect plus some other inferred effect, which is e. They actually have this, I guess they specify the known effects with a comma and then the unknown with a vertical bar. To me, that's cursed. Which one specifically? The declaration like this, having comma and or be on the same precedence. It's not the same precedence. It's all the known effects on the left and unknown on the right. Or I mean, like maybe this is only a single variable after the vertical bar. I don't remember the exact syntax here. What are the other languages? Let's take a look at like Flix, for example. So like you can specify the IO here. Can this effect be inferred though? How do other languages do this? Documentation. You would read this as C or D? Yeah. So like my is just using the vertical bar, because this over here, this is literally a set, right? So you can say like this is a set of types literally. So you can say N32 or string or something else like this, right? Because unsafe in this case is just a type. You can see here, I'm declaring it here, right? It's just a type, unsafe. So this is a set of types. And in order to declare a set, you use the vertical bar. So just the underscore for unknown of the rest. So infer the rest of the effects. Well, I mean, in this case, I don't even want to infer. I want to say that it's output or unsafe or output, because I'm printing it specifically in this function. This doesn't... Can you intersect two typesets? I think you should be able to, but what's the use case? But I think you should be able to, yes. Like right now, I just started the implementation of the inference for this stuff, so I only have the merging, the unions. This, by the way, is supposed to be the multiset, because sometimes you won't have multiple effects of the same type. You might want to have the double unsafe. This is supposed to be a multiset. Double unsafe doesn't really make much sense, but you might want to have two allocators at the same time, right? Or something else. Two loggers at the same time. You could also always make these like named arguments instead, but yeah. In Shame, you made a no bulls trait for that. In shaders, I can often accept every type that is sized and aligned, except bulls, and type that contain bulls, because vendors cannot agree on the bull layout on the GPU. Maybe you should just make a trait which is called agreed sized layout, sized aligned. Like the agreed layout trait. Would that not make sense? That's what host shareable is in WGSL? Okay. REPL. Okay, let's see. Int32 or string. Not a place expression. Makes sense. DBG. Oh, so this is a multiset of type int32 and type string. Let's take a look at how contexts are being parsed. Compiler. Function definition, right? So what is the context here? Evaluate AST. So I'm just evaluating this into inferred, into contexts. Into context is a function. So I can convert a single type into this. And I guess I should be able to convert the multiset. That. Be okay. Contexts from list. Set. Set is in this case the vec of values. Vec into iterate map. Value. Is there a try map for the... There's trifold. There's no try maps. Value... Expect type. I just need an iterator here. I mean, I cannot really have an iterator though. It literally will not work. I literally, yeah, it literally cannot work. I guess I just collect this. I just collect this into a result back. I report. Yeah. Because if I just pass the iterator, which can potentially fail into this function, then this function itself is failable. This is where, like, having the effect system would be nice, but we don't have it. Question mark could not the expect error. Because this should be expect error. Expect type. But expect type returns IRE result. IRE report. Okay, you know what? I guess this one should be IRE result. I can convert this error though. Probably just into. Is that what I do? Okay, so now I can convert the multiset into texts. If you read T GPU size plus GPU aligned plus no bools, that instantly communicates. Plus shareable is cryptic bullshit. Maybe. I mean, yeah, I kind of agree, but that's also much more verbose, right? Having the alias is good, but you need to know what the alias means, of course. So if I say now function or with int32 or string, this does not work because this now needs parentheses. Do I want to require parentheses here? I can change the thing. This is not a place expression. Building macro merge. Not a place expression. Wait, is this place? But I mean, I should make it work anyway. But it's weird. Why is it a place expression? There should be an expression, right? Yeah. Sign assert expression. LCT AST. This cannot be a pattern, right? Yeah, no. Okay, so it's now once again function with int32 and string with parentheses. Context not listed int32. Failed to compile function. Context not listed int32. I know why. I know why. I'm using context empty constructor. Context's empty, right? But context empty means that it's not growable. Growable false, and this is wrong. I want to have empty growable. So into context, for example, if I specify the type, then this should be not global. Over here, if I say multiset, global false. Like I need to be able to specify the global one too, though. Yeah. If I have a binding, type sheet binding false. Sure. This over here is a little weird. So context empty. I guess in these places where I initialize the data, right? This should be empty global. Unit empty global. Variant empty global. Function global. Template global. Global here, global there. This should be all globals because I'm doing the inference here. Especially since I'm cloning them. This over here is not global though, because I'm compiling function body, and it should not grow because I should never use a context. I should not use anything inside templates. Okay. Maybe that's it. Let's try again. Function. Function. So this is that, and then with int32 or string, would say with int32 or string. Nice. Okay, that works. That works. So now if I try running the unsafe example, it says cannot finish parsing. Back to unsafe. This just needs parentheses. Should I think I should not require the parentheses here, but that means that the priority on the on this operation should be higher. Let's take a look at syntax. This right now this has the 5 out of 5. 5.5. Yes. That actually makes sense to make it go higher. But how high do I want this to go? Do I want to compare this? Like the as operator is probably higher priority. What about piping into function? I think let's just make it a little bit higher than the function. So this would be 13.8, I guess. Sure. There we go, that works now. See if anything else doesn't work. You end up going with separate ones because it can use diagnostics on unimplemented on the specific traits to get better errors to the user. Yeah. All right, so now the hash map is failing and variant types. And then we also overflow the stack on the mutual recursion. Shit. Overflowing the stack is not very good. I think I understand why though. That makes sense. Mutual recursion. No. Maybe it doesn't make too much sense. No, it does make sense. Yeah. How do I infer for recursive things the effects? Yeah, that is a question. Let's work with hash maps first, though. Hash map says that function is not compiled yet because there's an assertion that I expect the pattern. I got expression somewhere. Compiler 8 through 7 because this must be an expression, but it was in the pattern. In the hash map. Hash map. There's no vertical bars here, though. It's probably about some other function. I feel like this should be, instead of an assert, should be an if this is not equal to that, then I should like reveal expected expression. Then I will have the knowledge what exactly failed to compile. So I expect the expression in macro merge at a standard library 222. Standard library 222. This over here. Yes, indeed. This is indeed not an expression. And that's why variant types were also failing. Okay, so what's the problem? I'm compiling macro match. Macro match is wrong. Because I am trying. Yeah, I'm looking for building macro merge here. Oh wait, it's because of the priority. It's because I changed the priority here, right? That's why. That makes sense actually. Okay, so I'm using the same syntax for different things, and it's a little weird. Right? Because this right now is lower priority than that. I think I just should change the way I'm parsing this though. Okay, you know what? For now, we're going to change this back. We're going to change this back. I'm going to record parentheses for now. Not what I want to work on right now. Back to 5.5. Okay, now the hash map says the context is not listed. And the standard library 226. Standard library 226. This is right because the generator handler specifies that it does not want any effects, but that is not true, right? This should this should allow for any effects. This should be with underscore, kind of, right? With underscore right now is not possible though. We do with underscore. Well, I mean, this also is, yeah, like right now I require the pure handlers. But I feel like this should be just another generic argument. We should have the effects, you know, contexts, and this should say with C, you know, kind of like this. Yeah, that's what it should be, because that's another argument, generic argument for this. So have contexts, and this should say with, and that's where I also, this doesn't work right now. So T in this case is a type, right? But context is context. I don't have this in type system right now. It's a separate thing. But it should not be a separate thing. I should be able to treat context as values too. Which is basically just a multi-set of types. So this would be with contexts. This doesn't work right now though. To do contexts. For now we will have to like infer this here, but like the problem, if this is not a generic argument, then all of the generator handlers must have the same set of effects, which is obviously wrong. Alright, now this says cannot have global contexts. Standard library 226. 226. Yes, indeed. Because in order to know the type, I need to know this type fully. Indeed. It's also trying to do this when compiling. So when I'm compiling, I need to know the type. Which is obviously wrong. So I need to specify something here right now. So since I'm using output, in that example specifically, then specifying the output here will work. But yeah, this must be a generic one. Alright, let me just get to some workable state. This is good enough for now. I allow output in the generator handlers. It's fine. Right? Okay, so now unsafe is failing, and the reason unsafe is failing is because it is not parsing anymore. So this now actually requires parentheses. And then all the tests are going to be passing again, right? Why are you recompiling? I didn't change any code, did I? Okay, and then mutual recursion. So now the important one is the mutual recursion. So here's what's happening, right? Here's what's happening. We overflow the stack. Why? Because I am saying that function f is calling function g, and function g is calling function f, which means that the effects of function f is the effects of function g, and the effects of function g is the effects of function f, plus these things. Right? So what I'm trying to do, I am inferring the fact, I guess, that this print is requiring the output effect, right? Which says that the type of f is at least requiring the output effect, right? Which means that the function g at least requires output effect plus all the other effects that we already have here, which is another output effect and like an empty set of effects here. So we update the g. Because I have updated g, I update f again. And because I update f, I update g again. And we go in an infinite loop. So the thing is, I should not run a check if I didn't actually change something. So context over here, right? I'm setting the variable, right? In this specific case, I am extending the type, so that's totally fine. This one is only working once, it's fine. But yeah, when I'm removing, like, here's the thing. I need to only set if it actually was changed. Or I mean, at least I need to run the checks if something was changed. Right? If it's different. So we have partial equality here. Yes. I can check that this is different. Yes. Maybe not inferred. Yeah. I think I just checked for equality. When I use the set, I know that my current value, I have the previous value, right? I mean, this says make same. But the thing is, if they were already equal, then I should not do anything. At all. Maybe. So if previous value is equal to the value, then root value is equal to some previous value. I'm moving this back. And then I return okay. And I don't run any checks anymore. Match arms have incompatible types. Make same. That's what I return. Previous value. Binary operation can be applied to arc. Value is t. Previous value is arc t. Star t is equal. There we go. Oh, binary cannot be applied on T. Yeah, this should be yeah. So inferable requires partial equality, I guess. Now. Hmm. So yeah, I only like run the checks if some progress was actually made. But if I set the variable to literally the same value as it was before, then it doesn't matter. And now all the tests pass again. Nice. So we can have recursive functions. I'm wondering what the recursive function effects are, though. Let's try debugging in the mutual recursion, right? If I say dbg recursive scope f, then what am I going to see? Run mutual recursion. So this says that we have actually inferred that the type of f is printing, plus it can potentially like be inferred to something else too. But I mean, that's basically, yeah, it has inferred it. What if I say here underscore is current int 32, like whatever. Let's just say this. Int context is not available. Yeah, that's right. So it has successfully inferred that the function f is recursive, because I have tried using this in function g. Function f is using function g, and I'm like debugging the type of f here, and it does say that it has inferred it to be int32 or output. Nice. Okay. This works. And then obviously we panic at runtime because it's not available. Because I also, like, now that I have the inference, I should also not compile the code. Like, I should not even try running the code, I guess, if the contexts are not available for the thing that I have compiled, right? When I'm trying running it. But yeah. Okay. I think I will just commit everything that I did here. Context inference. This is done. So now we are going to say that this is done. This is what I'm working on. I need to now infer the loop variables. That's what I want, basically. We needed the context inference for that. So I say for C in characters of hello, dbgc, right? This is going to say that I have not inferred the type. So right now we require this type annotation, but now we are going to infer this based on the effects of the generator. So how am I going to do that again? If I have this, right? If I have this, here is the for loop again, right? Why can C be unit? What do you mean? What do you mean, why can C be unit? It was the return value of the loop, where unit over here. This is type of the handler. So it's trying to infer the type of the handler. So let me show you this. So the characters, right? It's a function which takes a string, returns nothing, right? But it has the it basically takes the handler for every character, right? Which is basically the body of the loop. So the body of the loop is taking character and returning unit, right? And I need to match this with the actual definition of the loop when I'm writing loops, right? So this is what it all is doing. Handler value pattern. So yeah, I'm literally like rewriting this code from this over here, right? I'm literally writing this. So I have a pattern here, C, right? This is a pattern, and this is the body. So what I'm doing, I'm literally constructing a new like closure, which is this. This is basically becoming the argument C, and this is the body, dbgc. That's literally what I'm making. So this is a function. Like C, like DBG doesn't know about the type that I'm debugging, of the thing that I'm debugging, right? So it's a not inferred type into unit, right? That's what it is. So this is basically the handler that needs to be passed to the generator, right? So we need to just match these two types somehow, right? The type of the handler is listed in the effects of the generator, but not in the arguments, or there is return type. So then while matching, because chars once again specifies that it requires a char, right? So when we match this, we infer this type to become a char. Now the question is, how do I do this? Because potentially nothing really stops the function from having multiple generator handlers as the like in the contexts, right? But I mean, maybe we should have only one. Like, it's kind of weird what I like yeah, this is also implemented in the language itself, right? The for loop is just rewriting the code into this. So what do I want actually? What do I want? Want a way in the language to inspect, or what? The effects, or what? What do I want? Generator handler. And think. So a generator over here is just an expression, right? This is just an expression. Like I need to do something at compile time here, kind of. Um, I think one of the problems is that the generator is not really this. Generator should not be a generic thing. I think generator like once again, there is a problem that I can potentially write a function that is generating different types, but that is not supposed to work, right? I'm supposed to only return a single generator. So the generator handler, or I mean like if we talk about the effects, maybe we call it yields or something, right? So when this thing yields at all, I don't know. Like the problem is that I can specify a function that yields string and like yields int32. That like I literally can do this right now, right? That's literally what I can do right now. But when I have a for loop, then the generator that I have inside must be generating only must be yielding only one thing. Right? Alright, let me take a quick break and I will continue. All right, welcome back. Thank you. Okay. Did he come up with a solution while I was gone? Not really. Let's stare at the screen a little longer. But basically, I feel like I need some maybe compiler hack for this, even. Maybe not. So we have this expression. This expression has an effect, right? Right. Wait a second. Wait a second. Maybe it's this over here. I'm injecting the handler with not the type is not fully inferred here, right? We have the inferred type here, and then we have the expression that is using that type, right? So we can see that over here we have the generator handler with some known type. So this is where we match. It's not like correct in the general sense though. You know, but also I cannot really have the inferable things here, right? I think when I'm compiling, let me check. When I'm compiling inject context, or what is it called, with context, right? With context, basically inject context. No, this does not need to be compiled. Okay. This does not need to be known. No, inbuilt macro with context. Yes, context type is this. Type is not inferred, failed to hash. Yes. So the hashing fails because when I'm initializing the injection of the context here, wait a second. So it's trying to compile with context, and it says it's not inferred. Okay, let me see here. With underscore. Type is not inferred. Failed to hash, right? So that's the problem. With underscore doesn't work. While compiling macro with context, inbuilt macro with context. While compiling macro with context, inbuilt macro with context. Wait, why does it say twice? That's weird. With with x. I can say let x. X is uninitialized, uninferred with x. Right? Type is not inferred, failed to hash. When compiling, not when evaluating. Building macro with context. This is it. This is it. The insert compile, right? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that makes sense. Actually. So the way this works right now for me is that, yeah, this means that I need to know the context when compiling this. because I'm doing the context at compile time. But I think the reason I was doing that is because I wanted to check at compile time, right? Because I did not have the inference. So compile context that are going to be brought using the with expressions at runtime. This is the types of the context, but where is this being used even? When I'm inserting, check available. So this is the thing, check available. Check available is not even being used, right? So I think we can delete this. I don't need compile time context anymore because I have the inference for that. You like your comments? Yeah, I'm going to delete it together with your comments, I think. I'm not moving the content. Yeah, this one also. It's going to be gone. Sorry. So compile context is just not there. This is going to be deleted completely. Insert compile doesn't make sense anymore. It is going to be deleted. So I think I should be able to do the with underscore now, and at compile time. So this is going to compile. Now the error saying when evaluating. So this doesn't work at runtime, because at runtime the types and the values here must be inferred. Right? But I guess the simple example of the code that was previously not allowed and now is going to be allowed, right? Let's try to have this in the example, right? Future okay, late inferred context type. Let's do that. Late inferred context type. So here's the thing, right? I say with context where context is equal to 1 to 3. The thing is, by default, this is not inferable. This is not inferred type. If I try running this right now, this is going to say number literal type could not be inferred. So we will, but if I say over here something like underscore is equal to context of type float64, we are going to std float64, right? This is going to infer the fact that context is a floating point number 1, 2, 3. So this works right now, right? So I can also dbg current float64. dbg what's the problem here? Oh, dbg is not found. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So it's 1, 2, 3, right? So this is working now, but if I go to the previous version and I try running this, then it's going to say that the type of the context is not inferred, because I'm compiling the code top to bottom, right? mostly. This says type is not inferred, failed to hash, because it's trying to, when compiling this piece of code, it's trying to figure out what the type of this is. It was trying to do that. And now I don't need to do this immediately. Yeah. So this works. Okay, nice. Git stash pop. So I can infer it later, and it's totally fine. Now what? Oh no, I stashed against something that it was not supposed to be stashed. Oh no. This is bad. Git stash status list. Please stash list. Async, no Stack Overflow. Yeah, I have some other things in my stash. Can I clear the stash completely? Clear. There we go. But now we have some conflicts, I think. I didn't do much though. Let's just reset. Cargo toml definitely does need to be updated. Hello, Wogma. Rust analyzer restart. Okay, so now that this works, in order to make my loops, here's what I need to do probably. So you know how over here I'm trying to so I don't know, like my loop handler is a function, you know, like C and then dbgc, right? That was my thing. So this doesn't know the type of C. What is C? We don't know, right? But like when I'm compiling the loop, it basically compiles down to like with this loop handler, right? So just literally with C dbgc, right? Literally like that. Function C dbgc. I mean, it's the same thing with loop handler. With loop handler, I'm basically trying to run the loop. Run the loop is just calling the loop handler multiple times. So we just say current loop handler type, which is a function in this case, for example, right? And then I call this function with character C, right? Let me make this in a separate example. Manual loop. Right, that's what we do. So this is a loop handler type. Loop handler type is basically a function. I mean, this is a for all, right? This is for all t. function that takes t, returns a unit. With no context. Hello, Euler. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? You made a game for the Ludum Dare probably, right? I'm not playing Ludum Dare games though right now. And I did not participate in the Ludum Dare. I played the games yesterday a little bit. So, yeah, not going to play your game, sorry. Okay. Current loop handler type. This is underscore, right? So this over here is trying to be inferred. And this over here also, loop handler. Loop handler is of type also. Loop handler type underscore. Just run examples manual loop. Right? So this says, no, okay, this says DBG is not found. I see std DBG. Right? So this says context is not listed. Right? String into unit. Wait, what? Wait, is DBG also printing? I guess it is also printing. So, okay, this should be with output. Fine. There you go. Cannot or not inferred types, right? So, do I have LD game? No, I was just saying that I did not make an LD game. No. I was not doing the Ludum Dare this time. So it's panicking. Because this over here is not inferred, right? If I say dbg, let's just use std. Use std. If I dbg the loop handler that I have, then we see that we don't see anything. Okay, sure. Okay, so dbg, so this is not inferred. Makes sense. So I cannot inject it. But I guess, so like the current loop handler also requires this to be known at compile time right now, is that it? Because but this does not need to be recorded at compile time. Sure. Right? This does not need. So the problem is that if I go to REPL and I say current underscore, it's going to say type is not inferred, failed to hash. But if I say current underscore underscore, then it's going to say the same thing. Okay, there we go. So the type itself, we know that I want a tuple of 2 types, but those types are unknown. And what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to construct the I'm compiling this expression, right? I'm trying to see what is the context that is needed here, and the context that is needed is a tuple of 2 unknown types. I cannot insert it into the context yet. Because I need ORD. Because I'm having the sorted set, basically. Yeah, I'm doing a sorted set. So I'm trying to put this type into the set. But since this is not inferred, then I cannot put this into the set. And to wait until it's fully inferred to know the type. Right? But let's imagine that this works. The problem with the loop handlers is that we have this unknown variable, right? So this variable A, and this is variable B. We can say that variable A is underscore, and variable B is underscore, right? We are not saying that they are the same. In order to say that they are the same, we literally just use the same variable like this. We construct the variable first, and then we use it in both types, in both places. But the problem is that this code is something that I don't control. This code is written somewhere else. So I have no way to specify the variable. But I do know the types here, right? I like this is inferred. This over here is inferring this thing to be character, because I'm using the character here. So I know about this expression. Not only that this is of type nothing, but also that this expression requires the loop handler type of a character. This is not correct syntax, but maybe I should be able to annotate expressions with not only types, but also with the context, with the effects that the expressions need. Because then, if I create a variable of a context that's needed, then I can ensure that that is the same. So like type ascribing is one thing, but I should also be able to annotate the effects, right? So right now I can put the type annotations anywhere on any expression at all. But type is not the only types in the type system, because the full type of the expression is the type plus the effects, right? Right. So I need a new thing. I need a new type of annotation, which is annotating the effects. I have it already on the functions. It's literally called with, right? So like, should I have expression with effects? Is this literally the syntax of the annotation? So like, if I have expression colon type, that's how I am annotating the type of the expression, right? Maybe it should be colon with, I don't know. Does this conflict with anything? Because this potentially conflicts with something. Because like I was thinking, I don't know, actually, never mind. So with keyword is being used right now in two places. When I'm specifying the functions, or function foo, like with effect, right? I'm doing this here. What's expression type? This is just, I mean this is some expression. This is some type. This is how I annotate. If I go to the REPL and I can say like 1 to 3 is an int32, that's what it is. It's annotating the things in 64. I can annotate anything. I can like annotate any expression basically, right? Rust doesn't allow that, but there's a nightly feature to annotate any expression too, I think, right? In Rust, like I can annotate anything. I can do 1 to 3 plus 4 5 6, but I annotate this inside to be a float, right? And then it infers the entire thing to be a float. There is a feature like that in Rust too. Rust annotate expression. Is there a syntax for type annotation within expressions? I think even if you like try this in Rust, let's try this. Let x be 1 to 3 of type int 32, right? I think you can literally do this. Maybe you cannot. I thought that it would like tell you that you can do it in nightly. Maybe in nightly. Let's try nightly. Maybe you need to. I mean, but maybe you need to enable some feature. I don't know. Like it's failing at the parser level right now. A plus B. Split identifier, yeah. Like it's maybe the syntax is something different. It's not a double colon for sure, right? Oh, maybe as? No, as is like valid syntax, but it's actually doing the casting. Rust type annotations on expressions. I'm pretty sure that I have seen this somewhere. Type ascription. It's called type ascription, right? Type ascription. On expressions. Type ascription. There we go. Is this merged? Ascriptions on patterns. Generalized type ascription. This one is closed. This one is closed. Anyway, I mean, you understand the idea, right? We want to be able to annotate anything. I don't know. I saw something. There are some RFCs. This one is closed. Maybe there is some other one. But you want to be able to annotate anything like this, you know, to help the code. You can do that in Haskell, I guess. Rust doesn't allow that, but Haskell does. Haskell Playground. Haskell Playground is not responding, so yeah. But anyway, that's not like a very unique feature. It's like a checkpoint in the type inference, who doesn't riff away too crazy. Yeah. It's like an assertion for the types, right? Like the same reason you annotate the types on your like variables. You say let x is int 32, right? But like why can we only assert the types on named things? I want to be able to assert the types on unnamed things, right? Like why is this limited like that? So there you go. So similar to that, any expression can like do any effects, right? So similar to types, I want to be able to annotate the effects too. And right now, I only allow the annotation in the function the definition, but it should be possible for any expression. I think I would be fine with like colon with for now. We can think about the proper syntax later. So like it would be expression colon with effects, you know, similar to how like the functions you do this, but for that we do colon because that's like the ascribing thing. So the reason I want that, because when you are type ascribing, I can type ascribe to a variable, right? I can create variables at compile time, which are equal to underscores. I've shown this before too, right? So like it's really simple. You say that like please infer is underscore, right? I want this to be inferred. Right now, this is not inferred. I can say that this is a type. This will now say that it's not inferred value of a type specifically, right? Previously it was not inferred completely. Now we know that it's a type. So but now if I say something like 1 to 3 is of type please infer, right? Because I've used this type ascription on an integer, like this is in the REPL defaulting to an int32. This means that the please infer now, after I have compiled this code, has figured out to be an int32. So like I can do this at compile time to like match the variables, you know? That makes sense, right? So over here, this expression should be annotated with the effect of a loop handler type character. So like with the inference that I have, this will be inferred to be a character. But when I'm writing my loops, I don't know this. So this would be, you know, yielded type, right? So yielded type is this variable. Yielded type is this variable that I need to infer, right? So my loop handler must be a loop handler that is handling this thing, which is yielded type. So by just allowing this, I am asserting that this yielded type, I'm basically connecting two things, the actual handler and the effect together, right? I guess that makes sense. All right, now I need to implement that. That shouldn't be too difficult though. So I need to add a new syntax. Ascribe. So this should be called, I guess, context ascribe, because that's contexts. So we have expression colon with with contexts, right? That's the thing. So now I just need to implement this thing. It has already been parsed. Context ascribe. Context ascribe. We want to have an expression and we want to have contexts. Right? So contexts in this case must be evaluated at compile time, I guess, right? Contexts must be evaluated. We need to specify the context type eventually here. Right now we just evaluate this into something. To evaluate the contexts. into inferred, into context, right? So this must be a context. We evaluate that at compile time. And then I compile the expression back. So I compile the expression, and the expression can be one of the things, which is those. I guess assigning expressions don't have context, so that should panic. But expression and place expressions, those can have effects. So data is eData, and this over here, eData. It's the same type. This is expression data. Matching that. So then I say data contexts. So now I need to just assert that these two things are equal, I guess. Can I make this mutable? Contexts make same as the contexts that I actually have. Make same. Question mark. There you go. Colon. I think that's basically it. The only problem is that the context, they may be like there may be more thing that I ascribe, right? I mean, let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Cannot ord in not inferred types. Let's do this. Let's go REPL instead. I want to try to do this. So I can try to compile this current int32, right? This will say that int32 context is not available. I mean, I can say that I have this with 1 2 3. This will literally say that current int32 is equal to 1 2 3, right? Okay, but if I say current underscore, this is not going to work, obviously, right? But if I say current underscore, and if I annotate this with an int32, then it doesn't work. Okay, why does this not work? So isn't this annotation did not work? Because it doesn't work the other way. Because this requires this to be inferred first. Yes. So even if I annotate it on this side, Hold on a second. What if I do current int32 with int32? That works, right? What if I say, like, I need to test the fact that this works, right? Like please infer is like the not inferred thing, right? So I want to do this with please, right? So this does not work, of course, because this variable is not inferred. Of course. Similar to if this was a generic, it would also not work. If I say with this and this, fail to evaluate the contexts, type is not inferred, fail to hash. Is that the same error that I had? No, this says ORed type, or cannot ORed inferred types. I mean, it's basically the same thing. But which one is breaking? This is a character, right? I should do dbg yielded type. That's what I should do. Okay, actually it fails at compile time, not at runtime. So, but I can do comp time, dbg, right? So at this point, when I'm compiling this line, we don't have it inferred. I do comp time, dbg yielded type. Here, we at least know that it is a type because I used it in the type context, right? So actually this compiles. Or doesn't compile? What does not compile? Comp time print the end. The end we did not get here. Okay, comp time print here. Am I compiling this? This has been compiled. Okay, so this thing successfully compiled. If I remove this annotation, do I go to the end? I do go to the end. And then it cannot OR the inferred types. Okay. Oh wait, I understand. Of course. No, this is obvious. This is so like what this annotation is trying to do is trying to evaluate this at compile time. And obviously this cannot do it because yielded type is not yet inferred. I right now I cannot store the not inferred types in the contexts at compile time. I should be able to do that. Now that is difficult though. Right? So contexts. Null client attached. Rust analyzer. Hello, start. Where's my Rust analyzer? LSP info. Oh, there you go. Works. So context data that I'm storing inside this is a binary tree set of type. A set of types. But in order to store this in a set, these types must be fully inferred. Which is a big limitation. I need to get rid of it. I think I am not going to be able to do that today. Still good progress, but how would I even do that? So I need to store a set of partially inferred types. Right? So like, how do I know if but what if two types then become then like at some point are inferred to be the same? You know, this is why I'm right now requiring them to be fully inferred. If I have a type like an option A, where A is like a type variable, and I have another type option B, right? In my so like these are the contexts of a function, right? It needs option A and it maybe also needs option B, right? And when A is inferred and B is inferred, we might potentially infer that those two things are the same thing, right? Hello, Susmer. And if we infer that they are the same, then like the set should start being the set of like one item instead of set of two items. I'm wondering how is the thing implemented in other languages? Is there like um like imagine in TypeScript, right? In TypeScript you do have unions. It's kind of similar, right? It's kind of similar in TypeScript. Do we have the playground? Downloading TypeScript. Can I say here like string or number, right? You can do this. This obviously works. Type I don't know if it works with the inference though, right? In TypeScript. In TypeScript, inference is only like forward inference, I think, right? You cannot infer something based on the return type. Or like, I don't know how you call this thing. They don't flow back, the types, right? We only infer the things based on the inputs, I think, right? Or no? Yeah, I don't have the example in TypeScript then. So what's the closest thing? Like only like Coca or some other language with effects? Because the yeah, like here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I say um if I say like let some x be equal to current underscore, right? I want this to be inferred. I don't know the type of this. And I have the same thing again. These two are not necessarily the same types, right? That's how we get to this situation at all. What about Coca? Do I have Coca Playground? I can install it. Project Coca test. I do have Coca test. Let's allow this. Let's download Coca real quick. I can remember how to do this. I need to end the stream though. in 15 minutes. So what would I write in Coca? I need to use something that is doing the generic effect, right? Like a yielding is one example. A yield A. Is it downloaded yet? No. Yeah, like I think. Yeah, let's just try this. We can have two effects, which have an option. The argument. There is no REPL though for Coca, right? Like yeah. But how does this work? I want to know the types and what they infer to. Install. Colon Q interactive environment. There you go. Interactive environment. Interactive compiler. Maybe I can do this. We just do Coca. Right? Coca. Let's go. There you go. Interactive environment. We can do here type, definition. No, colon T expression. Show type signature of a given expression. That's nice, right? So I want to have an effect. Effect test A. Unexpected effect. I cannot do effect in the REPL. Okay, what are some of the generic effects? Wait, I think the activate Linux, lol. Yeah. Infinity gains, hello. I guess the interesting thing is that we can define functions that EB, there we go. I think I can define function foo, right? So this is a function that takes nothing, returns nothing. If I say function foo that takes function f, and that function is a function that takes nothing, returns nothing, and then I call the function f here, then we have this type definition for this. Okay. Now, if I say that this requires effect A, then this becomes a generic function, basically. Automatically, this is automatically creating a generic variable A, which is of type effect. So we have the effectful function f as an argument, and the effect of the function foo is the effect E. Wait, what is E? What is $E? That's weird. What I wanted to try is that if I have function f and I have function g, which is of type unit B unit, and I call both of these functions together, can I do f and then g like this? So this says error, abstract types do not match. Inferred effect E1, expected effect E. A higher rank type escapes its scope. What if I do just F here? That works. But the E doesn't really, like, it doesn't really show me the type of this. Can I have the generic argument here? A and B? Yeah, that's how you do the generic types here. F, G. Error, abstract types do not match. Context, F. Firm, F. Inferred effect, E1. Expect effect, E. I don't even have E's here. Okay, this error message is not very good. Um, Combining effects. So when you have function combine effects, like it's supposed to say that this function has all of those effects. Exception raising non-determinism. Oh, Nigel, you're back. Welcome back. Many functions are polymorphic in their effects. For example, the map function applies a function f to each element of a finite list. As such, the effect depends on the effect of f. I think you need to define e, which I'm guessing all functions require. I think that they're just the error message is not very good. This is a research language. I mean, maybe like we can specify the e, which requires a and b. Unexpected identifier a, like maybe like in these cases you need some more manual annotations. Is this Coco REPL? Yeah, it is. I was just trying to see how they combine effects. So like what I want here is that I just want to call two functions. All of those have generic effects, right? Like I don't know what their effects are. So what is the effect of me calling two functions separately? It's supposed to be both effects, right? But since these effects are generic, like how do you combine generic effects? And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We need a higher ranked type. Abstract types do not match. Inferred effect is E1. Expect effect is E. I have no idea what this means. But anyway, yeah. So like for my language, we need to. I by the way, Nigel, welcome back. I did make the inference of the contexts, but like the next step would be allowing more like it's not very, it's not like fully implemented, I guess, the inference. Or is it? Alright, anyway, I need to go, so let's just end the stream here. Thank you guys for watching. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Anyway, there's a Lisp here, some Lisp action.
Yeah, I moved. All right, let's do it. Let's go. Installing it. I'm installing it. We're installing it, fam. Man, I really want a cup of coffee.
So let's see the Lisp. See you guys next time. Bye.